Good morning. Um, I'm just reading up some tutorials and stuff on Blender for making clothes. I thought there was a workflow that was close to Marvelous Designer, but it turns out it costs money and it uses this paid add-on called Garment Tool. So I'm just looking to see if there's an alternative.
You're in object mode. Just recently I showed you edit mode we were in to manipulate your way. As far as your view in Blender, you can hold the middle mouse button to rotate the view. When you click here, you can use these buttons to quickly get around as far as looking around in your view. When you hold shift and the middle mouse button, you can pan. When you roll the mouse wheel in, you can zoom in. When you roll it the other way, you can zoom out. When you hold control as well as the middle mouse button, you can zoom in by pushing the mouse in. By dragging the mouse the other direction, you can zoom out. For those of you who followed along from the other tutorials that led up to this mesh, make sure that you click here, and then make sure that you click here to turn off X-ray. Okay, we want to bring in a plane. Basically what we want to do is make a t-shirt right now. That's the plan. So we want to click on display, go to front, and make sure we're in front orthographic view. Orthographic view is basically a view that allows you to see 3D is almost like it's 2D. A lot of times that makes it easier to work in 3D, though that sounds kind of funny. But anyway, if you don't see orthographic view here, you can click here. See, it says view perspective / ortho. I'm going to click this and make this go back to orthographic view. This is the view you want to be in. And then what we want to do is we want to make sure that the 3D cursor is in the center of our scene. We want to do that because that'll make things easier. We're going to put a mirror modifier on this, which will effectively allow us to do half of the work that we normally would have to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to hold shift. While holding shift, we're going to press C. The 3D cursor went here. Everything jumped back, but the 3D cursor's there. Now we'll hover here, we'll hold shift. While holding shift, we'll press B. We'll then draw a zoom box and then zoom back in. So with this 3D cursor here now, we're set up to bring in a plane, and that plane is going to end up becoming our shirt. We're going to use techniques that are from retopology, and that will help us form our t-shirt. So what we're going to do is we're going to hold shift. While holding shift, we're going to press A. This brings up our add to menu. We're then going to go to mesh, and then we're going to select plane. So now with this plane here, what we're going to do is we're going to click here. We're then going to go to edit mode. Currently we're on face select. In Blender you can select vertices, edges, and faces by clicking one of these buttons. I'm going to click here to go to vertex select. And now with this plane, all the geometry in the plane being selected, I'm going to hold Alt, and while holding Alt, I'm going to press M. This brings up our merge menu. I'm then going to select at center. What I just did was I took all of the geometry of that plane and I merged it down to one vertex, and that's what we want. What we're going to do now is we're going to click here, go back to object mode. We're going to click this magnet. This magnet will allow this one vertex to select, will allow it to snap to this mesh right here. We're also going to make sure this button is selected. So with this magnet on and this button here selected, you can tell it's selected because it's a little bit darker than the button right next to it. What we want to do is go back to edit mode. And then we're going to take this manipulator, we're going to pull that vertex up. We're going to pull that vertex over to the side like that. Okay, what we're going to do now is make sure we're clicked on this. We're going to click X-ray to help ourselves out. We're going to push this over towards the chest area. We are going to click Tools. We're going to go down to Auto Mirror. This is a modifier that is new for 2.79. Absolutely spectacular. We're going to click this. This automatically puts a mirror modifier on our mesh. With that done, we're pretty much ready to go for this. Let's click here, click here. This is the name of our, what's going to be the most part of our shirt. So we're going to click here, name this shirt 1. One of the things that can be annoying in using read topology techniques for the human body is putting loops around the human body, right? Max Palermo came up with this awesome way to put loops easily around the human body, and we're going to use that to our advantage. The way we're going to do that is we have our 3D cursor here in the center. That's good. Before we bring in this object, which is going to be a cylinder, let's click here to turn off our snapping. Now we're going to hold shift. While holding shift, we're going to press A. This brings up our add to menu. We're going to hit a mesh, and then we're going to select cylinder. Here's our cylinder here. We have these options that popped up over here. Vertices 32. Let's click that, change this to 20. We'll press enter to lock that in. If I hold the middle mouse button, you can see this top right here. We don't want that, so we'll click here. Then we'll click nothing. So now with that done, and with this cylinder selected on, we'll click here. We'll go to edit mode. We'll zoom back. I'm going to press S to scale. The reason why we went to edit mode before we started to move this cylinder is we're about to pull this cylinder to the side. Because we pulled the cylinder to the side in edit mode, our origin point for the cylinder is right here, right? Because this is right here, we can put a mirror modifier on here very easily, very similar to what we did with the vertex right there. If we had pulled the cylinder to the side in object mode, this origin point would be moved, and it would cause us a little bit more difficulty once we wanted to put the mirror modifier on. So anyway, with that being said, what we're going to do, let's go like this. I'm going to click X-ray to turn this on. A lot of times when you're putting things into mesh, front side is your friend, so also top, because we want this to be actually inside of our mesh. Now we're going to press R to rotate on the Y axis, right? So I'm going to hold the middle mouse button to rotate. And this is going to help us with just this initial part. The reason why we set this up like this is we want to put a shrink wrap modifier on this and then eventually join it to this. And when I'm saying this, I'm talking about the one vertex that we initially set up. So with this, what we're going to do is we're going to click here, go to object mode. We're then going to click here. We're going to click here to put a shrink wrap modifier on the cylinder.
Dude, I hate the way this guy doesn't say we're going to click add modifier, we're going to add this shrink wrap modifier, we're going to change this. I hate how he says click here, click here, click here, click here. I wish he actually commentated it, or he just said nothing. He doesn't need to say click here. We can hear him clicking.
We're now going to click the eyedropper, select our target as this mesh, and it's already looking pretty good. We're going to click here and change this to project. And when we put this to project, this pretty much perfectly goes right onto this mesh as far as, you know, going around the body. And this is it's spectacular because you know, like I said, that can be difficult. So anyway, with that being done now,
Did This is really useful though. I didn't realize that you could do this without cloth physics. I guess the shrink wrap modifier does everything you need.
Anyway, with that being done now, with that done,
This guy sounds like me. He's gotta just like stop and think. This is like me when I'm streaming.
thinking. Okay, so with that done, what we actually can do is we're going to click apply, right? So we applied that shrink wrap modifier. Now what we're going to do is we're going to hold shift. I'm letting go of shift. I'm going to click on my mesh, the main mesh. Let me click here and rename this. Here, click here to put a shrink wrap modifier on the cylinder. We're now going to click the eyedropper, select our target as this mesh, and it's already looking pretty good. We're going to click here and change this to project. And when we put this to project, this pretty much perfectly goes right onto this mesh as far as going around the body. And this is it's spectacular because like I said, that can be difficult. So anyway, with that being done,
It's not working for me. Did I forget something?
pull this cylinder to the side in object mode, this origin point would be moved and it would cause us a little bit more difficulty once we wanted to put the mirror human body, right? Max Palermo came up with this awesome way to, you can see this top right here. We don't want that, so we'll click here, then we'll click nothing. So now with that done, and with this cylinder selected on, we'll click here, we'll go to edit mode, we'll zoom back. I'm going to press S to scale. The reason why we went to edit mode before we started to move this cylinder is we're about to pull this cylinder to the side. Because we pull the cylinder to the side in edit mode, our origin point for the cylinder is right here, right? Because this is right here, we can put a mirror modifier on here very easily, very similar to what we did with the vertex right there. If we had pulled the cylinder to the side in object mode, this origin point would be moved, and it would cause us a little bit more difficulty once we wanted to put the mirror modifier on. So anyway, with that being said, what we're going to do, let's go like this. I'm going to click X-ray to turn this on. A lot of times when you're putting things into mesh, front side is your friend, so also top, because we want this to be actually inside of our mesh. Now we're going to press R to rotate on the Y axis, right? So I'm going to hold the middle mouse button to rotate. And this is going to help us with just this initial part. The reason why we set this up like this is we want to put a shrink wrap modifier on this and then eventually join it to this. And when I'm saying this, I'm talking about the one vertex that we initially set up. So with this, what we're going to do is we're going to click here, go to object mode. We're then going to click here. We're going to click here to put a shrink wrap modifier on the cylinder. We're now going to click the eyedropper, select our target as this mesh. And it's already looking pretty good. We're going to click here and change this to project. When we put this to project, this pretty much perfectly goes right.
Oh my god, I didn't realize these are separate meshes. So I probably need to join these for this shrink wrap to work properly.
Right onto this mesh as far as going around the body. And this is it's spectacular because like I said, that can be difficult. So anyway,
all right, so I should be able to duplicate and join. Wow, that is actually so easy. Okay, I like this tutorial. This tutorial stood out to me when I saw it was 2 hours long. This guy, Alimayo Arango, is nice, is awesome. This guy's really good. Little KO2 fan. We're looking up a bunch of different ways of making clothes in Blender. So I was just following this tutorial, checking out this shrink wrap got how to do simple clothes with shrink wrap. It's actually pretty decent. I'm not saving this. I purposely did this in this Tom file so I can just revert any stuff I do.
With that being done now, with that done, thinking. Okay, so with that done, what we actually can do is we're going to click apply, right? So we applied that shrink wrap modifier. Now what we're going to do is we're going to hold shift. I'm letting go of shift. I'm going to click on my mesh, the main mesh. Let me click here and rename this main mesh and press enter. We're going to click this right here. When we click this, this makes it so we cannot select this main mesh right here. So it's useful because now we can click this first, hold shift, and then click this second. With those objects selected in that order, we're going to hold control. While holding control, press J. Now what happened is this mesh is now a part of that original shirt 1 mesh. So because that shirt 1 mesh had a mirror modifier on it, this object here acquired that mirror modifier. Okay, we're going to click here so we can select our main mesh again. We're going to click here to make sure we're selected on our shirt mesh. We're going to click here, go to edit mode. I'm going to roll the mouse wheel to zoom in. I'm going to hold shift and the middle mouse button to pan. When I look here, I now think this is too much geometry. Initially, I said put 20 vertices in for the geometry here. We can easily reduce this geometry by going to edge select, going to select, and then selecting check or deselect. Now I didn't select this yet, but when I select this, this is going to select every other edge. So I'm going to left click on that now, and then with every other edge selected, I'm going to press X. This brings up our delete menu. I'm then going to choose dissolve edges.
This guy literally knows every option in Blender. Holy shit.
Way, if you do something, you're like, just happened, it's like a little bit more than I wanted. Now that I think about it, that's a decent way to reduce your geometry. Okay, I'm going to press A to deselect. If you notice, you can't see the initial vertex we were working with. That's because we're on edge select instead of vertex select. So I'm going to click there. I'm going to grab this, push this over here. As I'm doing this, I'm thinking, the basic t-shirt in my mind. We're going to zoom in here. We're going to hold shift and the middle mouse button. What we're going to do here is we're going to click here, hold shift, while holding shift, press D.
Oh my god, I think he literally manually models the t-shirt.
As we move through this, I'm going to be speaking.
I think he does multiple methods in here.
What I think is a decent amount of clues. However, to do that, we're going to have to move quick. So anyway, with this, I have this selected here. I'm going to hold control. And what I'm doing here, I let go of control, is I'm matching up the vertices with right here. So that's what I'm doing. So I'm holding control, right clicking. Let me turn this on. So you need this to have this snap correctly. So press L. If you did like I did and you moved and it wasn't correct, see how this is in there, you get it being Blender in the right angle, then you press G, and then you'll find that now with this on, your vertices are stuck to where they're supposed to be on the skin. So I'm going to click here, hold control, and what I'm doing is I'm looking and I am matching up with this. This is kind of dark here, so I'm going to click here, go to solid mode so we can see better. If you're like, what happened to all the geometry? It's because the normal map shows in material mode. Okay, so I'm going to hold shift and click here, press F. I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm going to hold shift, press. I hit shift D to duplicate. I'm looking at here and here, so now same thing. I'm just going around. You could duplicate this and slide this up. When I say this, I mean this loop. Though you seem to get smoother results from doing this manually like this, so that's why I'm actually going around. Holding shift, pressing D, pressing F. Okay, so now that we have this drawn out like this here, I'm going to press A to deselect. Let's click here to turn off snapping. I turn off snapping sometimes, because when you select the snap, this is in the back, right? So when I hold the mouse button, you can see that's still in the back. If you have snapping on, you click this here, the snapping will make this jump forward to like it's in front. So anyway, what we're going to do is we're going to hold Alt, click here, hold Shift while holding Alt, click here. With by holding Alt, I was able to select this edge loop as well as that. So now with these two edge loops selected, I'm going to hold Control. While holding Control, I'm going to press E. This brings up our edges menu. I'm then going to select Bridge Edge Loops. So now I'm going to press A to deselect. I'm going to hold Alt again, click here, hold Shift. Holding Shift, the Shift allows you to select more than one thing at a time. While holding Shift and Alt, I'm selecting here. With both these edge loops selected, I'm going to hold Control. While holding Control, press E. This brings up our edges menu. I'm going to select Bridge Edge Loops. So I have a vertice that is not right. Okay, we're going to hold Alt. What? Because I'm holding Alt when I click here. I'm holding Alt, okay. Let go of them because I'm on Edge Select. Now that I'm holding Edge Select, I'm holding Alt because I'm holding Alt. I select the entire edge loop. I'm going to hold Shift. Holding Shift so I can select this edge loop.
Alright, so I just want to mention, I would never manually 3D model this. What I would do, and I know this is already clothes, so I know this is kind of stupid to do. But what you do, this guy is a good method, but what you do is you literally just like select the area of where you want your clothes to exist. Like let's say I wanted an undershirt. You select all the faces in the undershirt area. And this is just like rough. This isn't, and then you just extrude it. And then I can't remember what button it is, but there's a separate faces button or separate edges. Where is it actually? Is it rip vertices? Cannot rip selected faces. Anyways, this is like, you don't need to actually model the whole mesh again. You can actually just like select the part of the mesh that you want to so you don't need to model it again. You just like extrude the base shape, and then you can apply a smoothing operator to it if you don't want it to be completely tight to the skin.
Lose that edge loop. So holding Shift as well as Alt. Then go Shift and Alt. So with both these edge loops selected, I'm going to hold Control. While holding Control, I'm going to press E. This brings up our edges menu. I'm then going to select Bridge Edge Loops. I'm going to press A to deselect. I'm going to go to Vertex Select. This, if you're very confident that your edges are matched up, use the Bridge Edge Loops. If you're unsure, if you might have forgotten a vertex, what you can do is just go around like this, hold Shift. You can just look like this. I'm selecting 4 vertices, and I'm just basically going around. Press F. F. Holding the mouse button, rotate. And then in a situation like this, we already added in extra edge. We can just click here, hold Shift. Because see, this would be a triangle here. We don't want that. So I'm going to click here. Then with these 2 vertices selected, I'm going to hold Alt. While holding Alt, press M. Then I'm going to select at last. So now we merge those 2 vertices. Now we have our quad here. So I'm going to press A to deselect. I'm holding the mouse button, rotate. So what we're going to do is look here. So we're going to click here. Let's hold Control. Click here. Holding Control. Because I'm holding Control, I'm able to just extrude these vertices. So the mouse button, rotate. So with this done, now we can click here, holding Shift, F, press F. In my other tutorial that I made, very similar to this tutorial where I was showing how to, clicking here and holding Control, where I was showing how to do this, I duplicated the geometry of the body and I used that to make the shirt. So somebody might be watching this and say, well, why are you doing this now? Why are you forming the shirt? And there's more freedom this way is the basic reason. The old way that I showed you, where you, if you saw that video where you select the body and duplicate, you can use that. This way gives you more freedom. So with this, click here, I'm going to hold Control, and then push this towards itself, and press A to deselect. So now what I'm going to do is click here, then click here. So when I brought this out, I was holding Control. Press F to fill that. Click here. Press F to fill that. No. Press A to deselect. I'll click here, like that. Press A to deselect. We're still on Vertex Select. I'm going to click here, holding the mouse button, rotate. I'm going to hold Control, holding the mouse button, rotate. Control again. I'm just looking to match these up. Control. 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 Right here, I'm looking like, okay, 1, 2. So we'll need another one right there. Holding the mouse button, rotate. Okay, so let's click here, hold Shift. So we're just clicking our vertices while holding Shift. Shift allows us to select one vertex at a time. We'll press A to deselect. Press F, holding the mouse button, rotate. Press F. And as I'm rotating, kind of to get this to move in a way where I can see. hold shift and the mouse button, pan, press A to deselect, and hold control and the mouse button to zoom in. Holding shift again, we'll press F. I'll press F, then press A to deselect. And this is kind of what you want. It's almost like looks like a top piece of armor here. So with that done, what we can do here is basically what I'm doing now is I'm looking at like, okay, the neck comes up like this. So I'm thinking we'll go here to edge select here. I'm going to hold control. When I hold control, when you click a part and then hold control, it's a thing in Blender called, a technique in Blender called the shortest path. So when you click at and you hold control, Blender will choose the shortest path. Pretty useful technique. I'm going to press E to extrude, and then I'm going to right click. So I made new geometry, even though it doesn't look like I did. With this new geometry, I'm going to take this and push this right towards itself, like that. And then with that done, I'm going to hold control, press R. When I'm doing this, I don't want to make too much geometry, so I'm going to left click again, press A to deselect. And when we have the basic geometry, we can come back and form things more like, see this right here? I can click here and turn off the X-ray, so it's easier to see. We can go back and forth with the X-ray, so for what we need as far as forming our shirt. So I want to click here. Another thing you can do, like this is still difficult to work with. Another thing that we can do, so we can click here. We can click on our mesh. We have a mirror modifier on this mesh. We can click this. I'll also click on our main mesh. I'll temporarily take the mirror modifier as far as the view, or turn off the view, so it's currently hidden. Click on here. Go back to edit mode. Click here, turn the X-ray back on, but since we have less geometry, it's easier for us to see what's going on. As far as this with the back, I'm going to go to face select, press C, paint this, press G just to make sure that our snaps that for useful for flattening things out like we just did there. So push that down like that. Bring that back, I'll press S to scale it up. Now what I'm going to do is press A to deselect. I'm going to hold control, while holding control, press R, put a loop cut in, I'm going to roll. My mouse will put those loop cuts in, double click to lock them in, I'll press A to deselect. I'm going to click here to turn this back on, and you can see that the shrink wrap is making our mesh go towards our body, which is what we want. See this right here? To not see this, you click this button right here, and it just makes it look like that shrink wrap modifier is applied, which is very nice. So what we are going to do now is we're going to click here, go to object mode, we're going to click apply, as well as apply. We're going to take this shirt as it is, we're going to hold shift, while holding shift, we're going to press D, shift D, I should say, we duplicate.
I really like this tutorial. Screw any of these add-ons. I definitely think you can just like build clothes in Blender with Blender. Like Blender definitely has the tools you need. I think later in this video, I'm gonna link this video in chat. This is probably the best clothing video for modeling clothes in Blender that I've seen, and I've watched like 10 videos on modeling clothes. There's actually another one. Let me see if it's here. It might be linked. YouTube is horrible now. YouTube doesn't show related videos by default. So like YouTube's related videos now aren't even 3D modeling videos. That's kind of shitty. I was hoping I could just get a yeah. Anyways, I think later in the video he's gonna do cloth without shrink wrap and with clothing physics. We will see.
What we're gonna do here is we're gonna hold Alt. I click here, put the shrink wrap back on. I click the ink dropper, and then I clicked just on this edge right here. If you're like, what'd you do? That's what I did. And I did that just because. Pulling the mouse button, rotate. Let's adjust this color in edit mode. We're going to click here, go to edit mode. Seams. What we can do now is let's click here. Let's press F to make our brush bigger. I'm going to click here and grab the snake hook brush. Snake hook brush is very useful for pulling things. It's kind of like the move brush. As you sculpt, you realize that people made Blender did that to make things easier, and it's very effective. So what we want to do now is we want to put in some wrinkles here. This is a stress point, so where your wrinkles tend to be where you have stress in the clothing, but the stress a lot of times comes from bends. So we're just going to put some wrinkles going up around here. So we're going to hold control, which is going to make this system try. Because I'm holding control, it's going to automatically switch to add, right? So we're just going like this, and we're just putting stress points here. I'm going to hold the mouse button, rotate. Where the seam is at is a stress point as well. So I'm going to hold control like this. Now we're getting the exact same wrinkles. I'm going to hold control here on this side. What we're going to do is we want to click apply. We now want to click here and then put on a multi-resolution model. Control R, put the loop cuts in there, but to hold shift, press D, then right click for our, so now we have a duplicate of this main mesh in the same position. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click here, go to edit mode, I'm going to zoom back, I'm going to hold shift and the mouse button, pan, I'm going to hold control and the mouse button to zoom in. I'm going to click display, go to front. We're in orthographic mode, that's good. I'm going to press Z to go to wireframe. I'm now going to hold control, and while holding control, I'm going to draw a lasso select around the top part of this mesh.
Oh my god, he's literally doing the method I just described. Yeah, he's gonna make
here.
he's gonna make the
Press
pants
grab here.
by just using the base mesh.
Z, then select solid view.
Yeah, this guy knows what's up.
There. I roll the mouse wheel to zoom in, but I hold Alt and click here, just like that edge of the faces. I'm going to press X, then choose faces to delete. For right here, well, for this whole mesh, I'm going to hold Alt, while Alt, press S, and hold Shift for fine control. We're just bringing these pants out some. Got this loop right here, it looks kind of funny, so I'm going to press A, and hold Alt. There we go. I'm going to press X, brings up our delete menu, then I'm going to choose faces to delete. Okay, so what we want to do here is, we want to have this not match up so tightly to the body, so I'm going to click here for edge leg, I'm going to hold Alt. I'm going to push this down, I'm going to press S to scale. And what we're going to do is we're just going to go to places where things are fairly tight on the body. We're going to pull away a little bit. So I'm going to press O to bring up our proportional editing tool. You can see this blue circle popped up here. The proportional editing tool allows you to move more than one vertex, edge, or face at a time. So part of the seam. So I'm going to put in a seam here. You can also use the snake hook brush. Extremely useful. So now I'll just... Okay, so what we're going to do is let's click here, go to object mode, let's click where our shirt is at. For this, I'm going to put a mirror modifier on here, so I'm going to let's see. I'm going to put a mirror modifier on here, so I'm going to go back to edit mode. I'm going to get an auto mirror, so now there's a mirror modifier on here. What we're going to do is click here, hold control. Blender chose the shortest path. I was telling you about that before. Now I'm going to press E to extrude. Right click, I'm going to press S to scale. Pull that up some, like that. Go to vertex select, pull this out. I'm going to hold Alt, click here, so that whole top edge there. I'm going to press E to extrude, right click, I'm going to pull this up. Like this. I'm going to press R to rotate on the X axis, like this. I'm going to press S to scale. Pull some more. Push this towards itself. Hold control, press R. Click here, I'll hold control for the shortest path, pull that up, put another loop cut here, pull that out to the side, like that. I'll press A to deselect. I'm going to hold the mouse button and rotate. See this right here? This is an issue with our normals. Blender's trying to show us that the normals are not correct. Because of the shading, if you're like, what are normals? Normals are the direction that polygons face. Normally, you want them to face outward, so we can fix this fairly easily. We're going to press A to select all of our geometry, at least all of our geometry as far as, what we're currently working with in edit mode. I'm going to hold control, while holding control, press N. Now you can see that is no longer there, so the normals are now facing the correct direction. I'm going to click here. This right here, this is going to give us issues. Don't be too... Press A. I'm going to reselect what we just did. I'm going to press Z, go to wireframe. Stuff like that. I'm going to press S to... Press G. Wireframe. I'm going to make sure we're on face select, which we are. I'm going to hold control, hold the right mouse button. I wanted this. I got that. I'm going to press C, holding the mouse button. C does paint select, holding the mouse button allows you to deselect. I'm going to press X. This brings up our delete menu. I'm going to choose faces to delete. I'm going to select Z, go to solid. What I want to do now is I'm going to click here for edge light. I'm going to hold Alt. I want this to be a straight line. I can do that by using this mirror. So I'm going to push this towards itself. Now I'm going to push this out. Let's click here. This strange there. I'm going to press O to turn off the proportional editing tool. Deal with this. Pulling these vertices. Let's press A, W. Brings up our specials menu. Let's select remove doubles. Nothing was removed. That's good. Stroke method space is default, by the way. If you take the stroke and put it... So now we'll hold control, press I. We'll click here, we'll go to the inflate brush, we'll press F. Without going over your scenes.
Damn, this guy's actually just hand modeling all of the clothes. That is kind of insane.
I'll go to smooth and I'll... If you take your time.
Alright, hold on. I'm gonna find this other tutorial. There's this tutorial by this guy doing like a Roman or like old battle simulation. And he used the actual clothing sim. And it was really good. And decently easy. Let me see if I can find it. Martin Kleckner.
So, I read comments under the Marvelous Designer tutorial that I made some time ago, and there was actually a lot of unhappy people commenting how ridiculously expensive Marvelous Designer got. I actually got a nice price back in 2019 because I was able to get the Christmas discount for the version 8, which I still own and I'm still using. But after reading those comments, I decided to have a look at what Marvelous Designer costs these days for version 9 and 10, and boy was I surprised, because it seems they completely
This guy created a
everybody loves subscription
historical
models, right?
recreation
so I decided this might be a good time
of
to have
something.
a look
I can't remember. What is this? Is this Roman or Greek?
And what I learned, I will share with you in this video. So
is this Spartan? Maybe I'm
Alright, so what do we have here?
I'm really bad
this is
at
a character
history.
that I made in Fuse. Tutorial for that you can of course find on my channel, and it's doing this little animation here. And we will be using this character to add a cloth to, sew it together, and then simulate it. Basically the same thing that we did in the Marvelous Designer tutorial, only this time just using Blender. So let's start with adding a plane, rotate it 90 degrees from this front view, and scale it so that it spans the character. You can of course hit G, Z, Y, and X to lock the transformations to a certain axis. And of course you can do the same thing when rotating with R and scaling with S. From the side view, I push the plane in front of the character to be very close like this, and then with Ctrl R, I add an edge loop and delete one half of it. With that done, I switch back to the object mode and use this mirror modifier with the clipping option on. I do this.
Alright, hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some water, something to eat.
is to save some time, because using the mirror option, of course, lets you edit just one side of this garment. You can see me playing here with the geometry. I decided to make it smaller after I've added one more edge loop, and now I'm starting the process of pushing and pulling vertices, shaping it, and every now and then I add some more edge loops with Ctrl R to add a little bit of definition. I end up with this plane that is slightly slimmer at the waist of the character, and let's get rid of this face around the neck here. Also, let's add some more edge loops to add even more definition. And yeah, now let's just shape the garment. This is basically the same thing as we would do in Marvelous Designer, only there we would not focus on the topology at all, unlike here, where in Blender we have total freedom over what the topology is. All you have to do is to create a shape like this with roughly rectangular faces, and when you're done, select all the faces with A and Alt-E to bring out this menu, and then extrude all the faces to the back of the body like this. Then you just get rid of all the faces where you don't want to have any sewing happening, so at the hands and at the top here. And then, in areas that you want connected together, you select them, and then hit Delete and Only Faces option. And you can see now that what we're left with is just these edge lines that will be our sewing lines. Now, of course, we also want to have this part connected together, and to select this row of faces very fast, you can just click on this one, hold down Control, and then click on the last one, and it will select the shortest path towards that face. Hit Delete and Only Faces, and of course we forgot this bottom part here. That one we will delete as a whole, because we want to have a hole there for the legs. Once you're done with that, select all of these edges that are remaining, and add them into a vertex group, which we call sewing. Yes, that's better. Now, to add even more subdivisions to the mesh, we could go in and start adding loops with Ctrl R, but at this point it gets kind of slow because we have so many faces now. So instead, let's just select all the faces of this front and back part. Of course, deselect these edges. We don't want to subdivide those. And right click and hit this subdivide option here. This gives you double the definition with just one click. Let's actually get rid of the sewing line. I don't want the fabric to connect here because the ancient chitons were usually not connected at the sleeves up here. And now is actually a good time to check if the subdivision process didn't add any more edges than we want into the vertex group. The fastest way to check it is to hit this select button, and all of the edges that are in the vertex group will be selected. And you can see that we have more edges than we want in there. So to be sure, just select all the faces and remove all of them from the vertex group, and then again select only the edges we want as the sewing lines and add them back in with this assign button. If later something doesn't really work out in your simulation and you don't really know what's happening, always make sure what edges are actually in this sewing vertex group, because it's very important. And this is also a good time to apply the mirror modifier, so do it. Before we add the cloth simulation, let's actually click on the character that we have here and add a collision simulation to it, because we don't want the fabric to go through the character later. Don't mind the settings here, just type in these values and we will adjust everything later. Adding a cloth simulation to your object is actually as easy as going into this tab here and adding cloth. Right off the bat, you can increase this quality here from 5 to 12, but this will slow down the simulation, so maybe not do it at this stage. I did it just for experimenting, but this option is actually good to be raised at the very end of your simulation process. And now it's all about experimenting with some numbers here in this cloth simulation setup. And you can see here we have all these presets here to choose from. What preset you choose or what these values up here are is not too important right now. I will actually show you my final setup at the end of this video. First off though, let's go down here and activate this self collision. And again, if you want, you can increase this number to be 7 up here, but again, this...
Alright, that's the big thing that I want to mess around with, is these sewing lines. Or, yeah, so like, virtual sewing is fucking crazy. Like, the fact that we can make clothes virtually using simulated sewing is so awesome. It's so useful. Alright. I know this guy already has clothes, but we're still gonna try to set this up. I'm thinking there's a better way to do this. Yes, sewage. I also could have sworn that they had an option for subdivides on the plane. Maybe it's grid. Yeah, it's grid. So we're going to try to set this up. Maybe, I definitely feel like pants are more difficult. I feel like you have to do different sewing lines for like so many things. Let's just try dropping this on his head to begin. So I think we have to add a collision to his head. I can't remember, is it? Yeah, soft body and cloth. Okay. Yeah, it's always weird to me that Blender separates the cloth and regular rigid body physics system. Then cloth. Let's just try simulating this now. Okay, so kind of. It clips through them and sticks together way too strong. We might need more subdivides. Alright, let's see. Tension, compression, shear, bending. Isn't there a, here we go. Leather, denim. Wait, what? Fuck. Wait, what did I just do? Did I actually just delete these? What the hell? The presets are gone. Did I just delete the presets? Dude, I just deleted the default presets. What the fuck? Why is that a thing? Oh my god, hold on. I just need to... Oh my god, do I need to restart Blender? Why would they do a single button delete right beside... Like, this is such bad UI design, dude. Like, it's literally right above the negative. Like, it's literally right above the add button. Or above the, Like, you can easily accidentally press the delete button. Holy shit. Restoring deleted cloth. Yep, someone else did this. Download another copy of Blender. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Some of the stuff in this is like I've said before, Blender has some absolutely dumb design decisions. Here is one of them. Here is one of them. You do everything by shortcut, never use the mouse. Holy fuck, man. So there's no way for me to get these presets back unless I go and manually re-download all of Blender. It's probably easier to just tell you what the default presets are. So I guess we're gonna manually add the default presets. Dude, actually so dumb. Like, are you fucking kidding me? How to restore cloth presets. Accidentally removed cloth. There's so many people that did the same thing. Choose them again from the drop down list. Restore default settings of presets. Choose them again. Oh my god, so when you change the values, it overrides the default values. Like, some of this stuff is actually, like, just horrible design. I really hope they start fixing this stuff in Blender. Like, they've definitely taken steps to change the UI. Stuff like this, fucking fix it, Blender devs. Make this not be horribly designed. remove the one-click delete button, make it 2 clicks, or create a whole different preset system where you can actually like reload the presets or not make instant changes. Yeah, so I think it's actually faster for me to just copy these by hand. How do I reset this? Go. Wait, is the default value really 0? I thought it was 0.5. Alright, there's cotton. I'm not 100% sure it saved. I'm guessing it did. Oh my god, it didn't save. Are you fucking kidding me? It didn't save. I actually don't understand some of the like things of Blender. Like, how the fuck did the developers think that this was a good way for a UI to work? Oh my god. So I just created that whole preset and it just didn't save any of it. I'm gonna move my camera over here so... Holy shit. So, how do I get this to save then? If these don't save automatically, how do you save the preset? Wait, hold on. Let's look this up again. Some of this stuff is like, it could be so intuitive. They could literally just put a save button, like right here. Like, what if I do cotton again? Did that save it? Like, it is so unintuitive. It doesn't give you any information. It doesn't say we just saved your preset. Holy shit. So let's see if this saves it. Okay, so that saved it. So we have to add it again, and adding it again saves it. Again. God damn it, man. Blender is great, but it's also fucking shit. Like, so shit. Like, waste your goddamn time because the developers have no idea what it's like to actually use their own stuff. Like, this is what I wonder. Like, if the Blender developers use this, what the hell were they thinking when you just one-click delete these? Like, dude, do any of the Blender devs use this menu and they've never accidentally pressed the delete button? Like, that's the crazy thing to me, is like just searching that up and just getting all of these posts that did the same thing I did, where all of these people accidentally pressed this one button that just deletes a bunch of shit. And none of the Blender devs are like aware of this or think that that needs to change. Like, that's my whole thing. Are the devs just like unaware? Like, holy shit. And then there's all this other stuff that like is like that. Like, holy shit, Blender is great, and I'm happy that we have it, but some of this stuff can be so much better. Like, so much better quality. Alright, so we're going to go through and we're going to manually add all of these presets back in. Yay! So I'm copying the values from here that someone posted from their GitHub. What is air damping? There's no air damping here. Does it mean bending? I wonder if it means bending. Alright, now rubber. The funniest thing is if I just accidentally delete these again. That would be the best. Alright, and finally, silk. Create a backup. That's the thing, is how do I create a backup? I guess I just create all these twice and then rename them. Like, that's just, it's so dumb, man. Like, all because some Blender devs created a shit UI, you just waste your time. Like, the thing, there's like so many aspects of this that are so unintuitive. Like, so first of all, when you're going to write this preset, you, every single time you want to set it, you have to like write out silk, for example. And what you want to do is you want to click like silk, rubber, denim, or any of these, because then it's like, oh, it'll load in the name silk, rubber, or denim when you click here. But then it overwrites all of your settings, so you can't do that. So basically, like, you change all these settings and go to save them, and you click one of these to fill this in, because it resets every time you open it, and then it reloads what you changed and what you were trying to save. Like, there are so many levels of this that are like, it's almost like the UI is trying to fucking troll you, man. If they come with an install must be a file somewhere, yes, there is a file somewhere. There is a file somewhere, but the time it takes to find the file is slower than just filling these out. That's what I'm saying about wasting your fucking time. Like, you shouldn't even have to bother with this shit. It's all, like, the whole reason I have wasted 10 minutes doing this shit is because a bunch of, like, it's not just me either. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, there are literally, like, the Google page I brought up, Like, there are literally at least 10 other people that have wasted, like, a bunch of time over this. Like, that's the crazy thing, is one developer's mistake can waste, like, hours of time across many people. Could just save a copy of those files, then, yeah, but where are the files? That's what I'm saying. Like, it still takes you time to find the files. Next time you can copy from the backup. I mean, you can also back them up in here. So, like, I could make, like, Silk 2 and back them up there. But, like, you shouldn't have to waste time even thinking about backing up and doing this shit just because a Blender dev designed a really bad UI. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, arguably the better solution is to find something other than Blender. Like, other 3D modeling programs do better cloth physics. I have a feeling that Substance Designer Particles is working towards being an actual cloth simulation because it's very close to being there. Like, I don't think the solution is actually to waste time with Blender unless, like, you really need to. Okay, why is it, like, floating? It's, like, floating in the air. I'm confused. Damping and bending behavior. Silk isn't even that much like Silk. I think it highly depends on how many polygons you have. It's really weird. I think the simulation is kind of... Blender's physics engine kind of sucks. I mean, it doesn't kind of suck, it's fucking atrocious. You can actually see, like, it glitching on the polygons here. So... I guess I could, like, increase the distance. I feel like anything using Blender's physics engine here is just low quality. So I don't know why this isn't able to bend more. Like, why do these get limited to bending, like this doesn't bend at more than, like, a fucking 10-degree angle. Like, what is that shit? I have bending set to, like, maximum. I feel like maybe having quads, maybe if I triangulate this, it'll make it better. Kind of better, still not. You can see it's making these, like, creases here, where if you have maximum, like, it should just be able to bend fully, like actual silk. Okay, that... Oh my god, so this is what I'm talking about Blender's physics system being atrocious. This is literally what I mean when I say Blender's physics system is atrocious. God damn it, man. So this is why I think in that other video I watched, that 3D modeler did all his clothing by hand, because this guy, the guy that did all the modeling by hand, is probably a Blender expert, and they know that the Blender physics system sucks so bad. And they're just like, no, I'm not going to waste people's time teaching them something that doesn't work. I don't blame them. Physics is really fucking hard. But like, the majority of the time, the Blender's physics system does not work out of the box. So what is the solution here? Minimum distance between collision objects before collision response takes effect. Does that make it larger? Yes. Okay. Alright, so you can see there the moment it explodes. I guess I need some sort of damping on this. Oh my god. Oh my god, it just kind of worked. It just kind of worked. So like right there. Wait, no. Okay. So one of these options, stops it from exploding to infinity, or maybe all of them do. Holy shit! Oh my god, it almost worked. So right here, it like kind of works. He's like a ghost. Except it almost works until it doesn't. And then the physics engine goes, fuck this. Like, what is happening here? I think the particles are glitching out on his face mesh. It's like, ah, man. Maybe increasing the quality. Maybe self-collisions. Maybe not having self-collisions makes it wrap around itself. Nope, still happens with self-collisions. Okay, so maybe if we decrease the distance. Oh, wow. Maybe it actually was the distance. It's like it's getting stuck on his face or something. Okay, so that's actually kind of working. Except for the fact that it's glitching through his head. So if I increase the distance so it doesn't go through his head, it glitches out into nowhere. Alright, I actually think doing the close by hand is way better than doing any of this sewing shit. But, you know what, while I'm here and I have this set up, let's try to do some sewing lines. So I think he said you make vertex groups from the sewing lines.
Then we want into the vertex group. The fastest way to check it is to hit it. But at this point, it gets kind of slow because we have so many faces now. So instead, let's just select all the faces of this front and back part. Of course, deselect these edges. We don't want to subdivide those. And right-click and hit this subdivide option here. This gives you double the definition with just one click. Let's actually get rid of the sewing line. I don't want the fabric to connect here because the ancient chitons were usually not connected at the sleeves up here. And now is actually a good time to check if the subdivision process didn't add any more edges than we want into the vertex group. The fastest way to check it is to hit this select button, and all of the edges that are in the vertex group will be selected. And you can see that we have more edges than we want in there. So to be sure, just select all the faces and remove all.
Okay. So yeah, we select those and we add them to a vertex group. This is going to be really shitty, but we're just learning how parts of Blender work. How do I separate? This is a good chance to learn how do I separate. Wait. That didn't work. Split off selected geometry from connected unselected geometry. Is that not working for whatever reason? Oh my god, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. And split isn't what I want either. I need it to actually be connected by the sewing lines. I'm just thinking, do I want to get rid of any of the faces here? Maybe. What is it? Dissolve faces. So then I want to select all these lines, which I think we just want these lines right here. We don't want any of the edges. That should be good. Okay, and then I think we just add these as a group. How do I change the name again? Sewing. How do I visualize these again? Okay, it has a few on the edge selected. Can I not have those? Okay, I guess it's going to automatically select those anyways. You aren't using enough shortcut keys. I'm learning. Shortcut keys do not help me that much. Especially for stuff like physics objects. Pin group, I think. Alright, I definitely did something wrong. When I get rid of this, does it work? It does. Hmm.
Of them from the vertex group, and then again select only the edges we want as the sewing lines and add them back in with this assign button. If later something doesn't really work out in your simulation and you don't really know what's happening, always make sure what edges are actually in this sewing vertex group because it's very important. And this is also a good time to apply the mirror modifier, so do it. Before we add the cloth simulation, let's actually click on the character that we have here and add a collision simulation to it because we don't want the fabric to go through the character later. Don't mind the settings here, just type in these values and we will adjust everything later. Adding a cloth simulation to your object is actually as easy as going into this tab here and adding cloth. Right off the bat, you can increase this quality here from 5 to 12, but this will slow down the simulation, so maybe not do it at this stage. I did it just for experimenting, but this option is actually good to be raised at the very end of your simulation process. And now it's all about experimenting with some numbers here in this cloth simulation setup. And you can see here we have all these presets here to choose from. What preset you choose or what these values up here are is not too important right now. I will actually show you my final setup at the end of this video. First off though, let's go down here and activate this self collision. And again, if you want, you can increase this number to be 7 up here, but again, this will slow down your computation. But
Oh, this guy doesn't even have sewing enabled
this stage, when we
yet.
don't have our mesh 2 subdivided just yet, it's kind of okay. Also, let's go into this
So let's copy all of this, enable self-collision.
shape menu here and activate sewing. That's very important because only then your sewing lines will actually start sewing your garment together like it would in Marvelous Designer. So input a value of 14 here, maybe, and 0.02 for the shrinking factor. And again, it's not too important right now. All that is important is that you have some values here. And with that done, make sure you have down here this timeline for these simulations. It's very handy to have it here. And basically, just start your animation with space.
Oh, so he did set the sewing vertex group. Why does it work when I don't... Okay, it doesn't work. Why does my sewing group not work? Guess maybe something about how it's connected.
Spacebar. And if you've done everything as I did, first off though, let's go down here and activate this self collision. And again, if you want, you can increase this number to be 7 up here, but again, this will slow down your computation. But at this stage, when we don't have our mesh 2 subdivided just yet, it's kind of okay. Also, let's go into this shape menu here and activate sewing. That's very important because only then your sewing lines will actually start sewing your garment together like it would in Marvelous Designer. So input a value of 14 here, maybe, and 0.02 for the shrinking factor. And again, it's not too important right now. All that is important is that you have some values here. And with that done, make sure you have down here this timeline for these simulations. It's very handy to have it here. And basically, just start your animation with spacebar.
So he didn't tell you in the tutorial to set the sewing to your vertex group sewing?
And basically, just start your
but
animation.
he does do it there. He doesn't say it.
Want in there. So to be sure, just select all the faces and remove all of them from the vertex group, and then again select only the edges we want as the sewing lines and add them back in with this assign button. If later something doesn't really work out in your simulation and you don't really know what's happening, always make sure what edges are actually in this sewing vertex group.
Okay, so let's try redoing this. Why does that automatic... Do I need to like separate these lines or something? Or maybe I should do tries to quads. Let's see if that fixes it. Oh my god, I think that fixed it. Let's see if that's what the actual issue was. See, it's kind of selecting the borders, but I guess that's okay. Nope. Still not sewing. I'm gonna try Googling this. Blender cloth doesn't move when pinning group set. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to...
Because it's very important.
Maybe I have the pinning group set up wrong.
And only faces, and of course we forgot this bottom part here. That one we will delete as a whole because we want to have a hole there for the legs. Once you're done with that, select all of these edges that are remaining and add them into vertex group, which we call sewing. Yes, that's better. Now to add even more subdivisions to the mesh, we could go in and start adding loops with...
I wonder if this is a bug. It literally doesn't move whenever the pinning group is set. I wonder if there's something broken there. What could it be? It literally doesn't move or do anything. I feel like something is bugged. I'm confused. What the hell is it doing? Maybe I'm misunderstanding the pinning? I could have sworn that these are like where is pulled together on the cloth. Pulls loose edges together. Why does it go so fast? I am so confused it didn't even collide. Dude, Blender's physics engine is shit, man. Like, are you kidding me? It literally goes through the mesh. How do I stop gravity from being applied now? Actually, wait, I want gravity. Why are pins not working? Reassign your vertex group with the weight slider being 1. I'm fairly certain that these are all 1. But let's check, yeah. What is the, how do we go into the weight viewing mode again? Yeah, so you can literally see the weights there. So I think I am putting pins in the wrong place. Let me try just disabling gravity. There should be a way to disable gravity. So I think I think this tutorial actually described the pins wrong. The lines it creates doesn't create proper pins. So I think I'm supposed to put pins actually all through the middle here, and that would create like the points that are held up around the body. I guess I'll try that, but I also just want to try disabling gravity. I swear, if Blender doesn't have a way to turn off gravity for cloths, I'm gonna be like fucking blown away. Holy shit, I don't think they have a way to turn off gravity. Blender's physics engine sucks so fucking bad. Oh my god, it's missing key features like... I guess I have to disable gravity for all of the objects in the physics tab and soft body field weights. Trying to make cloth float like it's airless. Turn off gravity and field weights. There we go. Okay, nice. Oh my god. It kind of works. It actually kind of works. It's a really shitty shirt. That's cool though. I'm happy with that. It's probably way better with high poly. Let's see if we can get this with pins now. So I think what I want to do is I want to set... I want to subdivide these and set the center points as pins. And then these center with the... Dude, why... I did not want to pick shortest path. There we go. Okay, so there's a difference between control and shift. I thought control was select multiple. Wait, isn't that normally backwards from how it works? Shift is normally select in a path. Like with text, shift is select in a path and control is select as you go. But in Blender, control is select in a path and shift is... Blender's kind of fucked, man. Can we... Okay, so this is kind of dumb. You can't even visualize the vertex weights. Like, there's no way to see what the vertex weights are actually set to. Alright, well, let's just see if this works. It doesn't seem to be that strong. It doesn't seem to counteract gravity. Maybe I need to up that to like 10. I think that's better, but still not enough. It's kind of weird how it doesn't actually really pin. Yeah, that does not seem to actually pin. Oh, I see. These actually stay. Wait, no, these are stretching. I don't get this. What is happening? Why is... This is limited to 50. Why does this not... Why does this not actually pin it up? Blender pin group isn't strong enough. This guy answered his own question. Okay, I have vertex groups assigned. Maybe I'm misunderstanding how this works. What is the difference between pinning and no pinning? There is literally no difference. Like, it falls down. Oh my god, this is so dumb. The physics engine is like crippled. What, like, I'm kind of confused. I think that this is supposed to be like strong enough to hold things up, but it's not strong enough to hold things up. Like, let's see when we turn off gravity. Yeah, the pin groups seem kind of scuffed. Now that I look at this, what is the pin group doing? Does not seem like the pin group is helping. Yeah, actually, now that I look at this, the pin group completely scuffs everything. Okay, actually, I guess it scuffs anyways. Dude, Blender's physics engine is legitimately trash. Like, this is such a shitty physics engine. Like, all things considered, it is fucking bad. Alright, so I think I know what it is. These vertices that I added to try to do the pinning. How do I join these again? How do I make a face? Merge vertices. Oops, no. How do I make a, I think it's like almost like delete loose. Okay, dissolve. So now this works, right? Yeah, so having that vertex there, still doesn't really work. Man, Blender's physics engine just straight up sucks. Like, it actually just sucks. Like, I don't know how else to put this. It is so janky, it can't solve basic collisions. Objects go flying into the middle of nowhere. Like, it doesn't function as a physics engine. So maybe I'll try looking at the Blender official docs for pin groups. Made great model, made clothes. Problem is that whenever I run the cloth simulation, cloths fall right off or seem to burst. Make sure your cloth objects and your collision objects share a layer. Pinning does work if done properly. How do you go about pinning your objects? Did you select the pinning vertex group in the cloth parameters? What weights did you use for pin vertices? What are collision specs? Adjusting friction won't do anything. Exploding cloth can result from frame jumping without baking the sim first once everything else is squared away. No, this isn't true. This isn't true. Exploding objects can literally just happen if you have the wrong scales. Blender's physics engine is legitimately that bad that if your objects are not scaled correctly, for example, cell fracture will always just explode even if objects aren't touching. Like, Blender's physics engine is actually trash. Like, this makes me happy to use Unity. And I think Unity has some pretty big fucking issues. That's how bad this is. Pin the seams, the shoulders and neck. Try different pinning. The picture explains what. Yep, this is the Blender physics experience right here. Ah, yes. High quality physics simulation right here. Let's try doing this again. What if we just try doing these guys? Oh, interesting. So it actually held them there. Wait. What? So does this mean I need to have the objects together? I'm so confused. How the hell is this supposed to work? I could have sworn that this is supposed to hold them in place, but not like how do I get them to go to the center here? Need help pinning vertices. Dude, fuck GDPR. Like, seriously, fuck the European Union and this bullshit ass law that makes every fucking website do this shit. Like actually fuck EU frogs. Fucking morons vote for politicians that have no idea how technology works and then cry about American companies all fucking day. Yeah, people saying it's better achieved by just modeling and sculpting. Blender's physics engine is so bad. Like, and it doesn't need to be this bad either. Like, I'm sure there's quality options they can tweak to make these, like, I think maybe we have the quality options to tweak it, it's just Blender's default options don't work well. I'm so confused. How are these sewing groups supposed to work? Like, even with very low stiffness, it still completely holds them. Like, what? Like, I actually don't get this shit. Like, if they're supposed to be literal pins, then why the hell does me not putting pins right here actually just pin it? Like, do they actually expect me to go here and manually take all of these and put them together? Like, what the fuck do the Blender devs expect you to do here? Like, if we go and manually pin these together ourselves, does it work? I'm honestly wondering if the version of Blender I'm using is just bugged. Because, like I saw in that other tutorial, it looked like it worked perfectly for the other guy just for selecting the lines. See, no, now this, it still pushes them far apart. Oh my god, Blender's physics engine is so fucking bad, man. Even with self collisions, it basically like the mesh just turns in on itself. And like all it would take from Blender devs is a little bit of explanation. Like if they put like a little help or tooltip here that explained how pins were supposed to work, like you place pins at points that you want to float in the air. Nope, zero information. So unintuitive. Shape of the cloth can be controlled by pinning cloth to a vertex group. There are several ways of doing this, including weight areas, the weight of each vertex in the group controls how strongly it is pinned. Okay, so how is this supposed to be used to actually hold clothes that aren't already together? Like, what? How does this help you put clothes together then? I feel like I must misunderstand how the pinning group works, because this seems like it's completely broken. Like there is no reason for it to just have it lock your clothes between the lines. Like who the fuck would design clothes like this? Or who would use that as a workflow for designing clothes? Like, there's no way the Blender devs designed pinning to work like that.
G'day guys, and welcome to another Blender tutorial. Today I'm going to be showing you how we set up cloth pinning in Blender. This is going to be a very quick tutorial. Just to give you a quick introduction, it's very simple. So you can see here we have a simulation running, but all the vertices besides these ones up here are getting simulated. So this can be very useful if you wanted to, for example, make a cloth hanging on the wall, and you only wanted part of it to simulate. So let's not waste any time and get right into this.
Oh my god, yeah, this is so simple. What the like, how the hell is this used for making clothes, though? This is what I don't understand. Like, I get the concept of pinning. How the hell does that help you pull clothes together? Like, I actually don't get it. How the fuck is pinning these objects a specific distance away supposed to help you? Like, I can actually get it if it pins it, like what I was trying to do where it pins it closer together, but that's not how it works. It doesn't work when you select these vertices. Like, it's so stupid. Like, okay, so this is what doesn't make sense about this. So the whole thing that you use sewing for is pulling these together, right? Using the cloth simulation to pull these together. So because of gravity, and if you want the cloth to have proper wrinkles, you need to simulate it with gravity. When you have gravity, it obviously falls down, so it doesn't actually hold on to the shape. So thus you need pins holding the thing up. What doesn't make sense is how the fuck is putting a pin that locks it okay, I deselected it. How is putting a pin that locks it in the air and doesn't make it go together actually help? Like, isn't the point of pins supposed to be so that this shit doesn't fall off the body? But then how do you actually use the pins to keep it from falling off without having it also keep it from pulling together? Like, am I retarded? Like, I kind of do feel like my version of Blender is bugged, because I followed that tutorial step by step and it didn't work, and then it completely worked for that guy. Like, maybe if I put the vertices in the middle? Fuck it, let's try it. Nope. Yep, like, what is the point of these pinning groups if they just completely keep it from pulling your objects together? Like, how am I supposed to pin this? So if I do just these center ones, then the physics simulation completely bugs out and goes flying into nowhere. Or it doesn't hold it up strong enough. Like, it's not actually a pin. Like, this is... What the fuck is this, Blender? You're telling me that these are pins? You're telling me that these are pins. Ah. This is so dumb. So let's see, does adding those points actually mess up the sewing? Is that what it is? No. Let's look back at this tutorial.
So, I read comments on mod. Basically the same thing that we did in the Marvelous Designer to this part connected together, and to select this row of faces very fast you can just click on this one. That one we will delete as a whole because we want to have a hole there for the legs. Once you're done with that, select all of these edges that are remaining and add them into a vertex group, which we call sewage.
Okay, so this is exactly what I'm doing and it doesn't work. When I do that, and when I add these lines, when I have the lines added to the group like this, you can see it holds them apart. It doesn't actually sew them or pin them together. I'm not sure if this is a Blender bug or if this tutorial is wrong.
Sewing, yes, that's better. Now to add
I have a feeling it's a Blender bug
to the mesh, we could go in and start adding loop like those, and right click and hit this subdivide option here. This gives you doubly a good time to select all the faces and remove all of them from the vertex group, and then again select only the edges we want as the sewing lines and add them back in with this assign button. If later something doesn't really work out in your simulation and you don't really know what's happening, always make sure what edges are actually in this sewing vertex group, because it's very important. And fabric to go through the character later. Don't mind the settings here, just so maybe not do this video. Go into this shape menu here and activate sewing. That's very important because only basic resolution. It's very basic, and basically just start your animation with spacebar.
Yep, so this works nothing like what mine does. Either my version of Blender is bugged or this tutorial skips some steps.
Set your simulation, and immediately what you can also always make sure that your scale is applied with the base mesh anytime, and this editing is actually much faster than in Marvelous Designer. Not the simulation, but the editing is faster. Good thing to have though is, and the scale should be uniformly 1. And some room to fall onto the body. The modifiers menu, and this would
like I must be missing something, because this doesn't work. Like I literally have this set up
to add even more definition. Decided to make it smaller after I've added one more edge loop, and now I'm starting the process of pushing and pulling vertices, shaping it, and every now and then I add some more edge loops with Ctrl R to add a little bit of definition. I end up with this plane that is slightly slimmer at the waist of the character, and let's get rid of this face around the neck here. Also, let's add some more edge loops to add even more definition. And yeah, now let's just shape the garment. This is basically the we have totems with roughly rectangular faces, and when you're done, select all the faces with A and Alt E to bring out this menu, and then extrude all the faces to the back of the body like this.
I feel like he's skipping a step.
Then you just
between
get
these.
rid of all the faces where you don't want to have any sewing happening. So at the hands and at the top here. And then in areas that you want connected together, you select them and then hit delete and only faces option. And you can see now that what we're left with is just these edge lines.
Yep, this has to be like, okay, I'm gonna try resetting this from scratch. Like, this is not working. I did that exact thing and it did not work. Not plane. We'll set up a grid. So there is what our cloth will be. I don't know why it didn't subdivide that more. I wish it let you view how many vertices there were when you were actually creating the mesh. Alright, should still have collision on those objects, so we just do extrude. Now we want to delete all of these, all the faces. It's kind of dumb how you have to disable the circle select just to delete objects, so that you then have to go back and forth between enabling circle select and deleting objects. Alright, so now we did that, we set that up. So I guess I will completely copy the guy's tutorial and select like all of these instead of just a few. Although I'm really doubting that this is gonna work. You know what, yeah, let's just select a few, because what happened before is when I selected all of them, the cloth never moved because it completely pinned them in place. I think that this tutorial is completely wrong and doesn't actually teach you how to use pinning groups properly. So we assign the sewing group. So we can test them here, select, so there's our sewing group. So now we go, we'll add our cloth physics. To sort of silk simulation. And we'll enable sewing. Alright, kinda buggy. It's almost like gravity isn't working. Okay, yeah, so the pinning group is not working. We can see it is not, it's being held apart.
Lines.
Why is this guy's never held apart? Why, when this guy runs the simulation, does it automatically pull his sewing lines together? Is this like a bug with my version of Blender, or... This is possible using sewing springs. Create a mesh for cloth simulation. Faces act as cloth, but edges are considered sewing springs. These are edges that connect two vertices that can be constricted. By applying a force to draw those vertices together, the idea that you could create a garment in multiple parts. Oh my god, so I need to create the faces just along the shoulder if I want them to stay there. To demonstrate, start with the cylinder in edit mode, remove the top and bottom faces, use the loop cut and slide. Add the top vertex to a new group name pin, set up your cloth sim to enable pinning. So I think I need to move. This tutorial is actually bad. It doesn't accurately represent how Blender's pinning works. So first of all, why does everything bug out? Why does it, why does stuff go flying and wobbling like that? You know what? I think my conclusion from this is that Blender's cloth physics is pretty shitty and I'm going to try to avoid it at all costs. I think that's my conclusion. If this is considered decent quality cloth physics, then I don't know. I'm out of touch with reality, I guess. Like, even with high quality, it has these huge seams along the like, it's so unstable. Oh my god, it is a joke to me that people even suggest using this cloth simulation to create clothes. Like, there's no way this is stable enough to actually be a good workflow for creating clothes. There's no way. So maybe we want to create faces along here. I think what I want to try to do is just bring these together. Let's see how that does. Okay, that's weird. It makes it completely bug out. I guess maybe I can try pinning these top vertices. Alright, alright. I kind of see what it's... I get what it's doing now. That tutorial actually completely threw me off. Like, it teaches you how to incorrectly use pinning groups. And so then I was confused why the pinning groups weren't working, like, in the video. I'm actually wondering, like, maybe it's like a Blender add-on or some shit. Like, that's the thing with Blender, is you don't know if, like, people are just using, like, little custom scripts or things when it's being different. I'm gonna be honest though, the cloth simulation legit seems trash. Like, I'm turning all of the quality options and things up, and the simulation is still, like, repulsive. Like, look at this. That is disgusting. Blender devs. It almost seems like the quality steps made it worse. Like, increasing the quality actually makes it worse. Yeah, increasing the quality legitimately made it like 10 times worse. Okay. Alright. Yes, because increased quality in physics engines normally means objects exploding and flying into oblivion. Yes, that's normally what it means. Alright. Yeah, so making cloth with the cloth simulation in Blender sucks. Just like what I found with the Blender physics engine, the cloth physics is just horrible. Everything, like, it seems to me like everything to do with physics in Blender is horrible, janky, really unintuitive, wastes your time, has a whole bunch of issues like objects flying off into oblivion, and is really slow. So, yeah, kind of disappointing, like, coming from Unity, and I know a whole bunch of other, like, open source engines actually have decent physics engines, so it's kind of disappointing to go into Blender where you can't just place a cube and have it not fly into oblivion, but yeah. Alright. I was gonna do some 3D modeling, but I don't really want to touch Blender. I was gonna do some 3D modeling on that guy Tom and turn him into a corpse, but after doing all that with Blender, I don't want to touch Blender for a little bit. We're gonna work on these face jumpers. We're gonna work on making these jump faster and work on doing an actual little animation. And probably play a little noise when they jump like that. I guess we'll just play a little walking audio, maybe. Yeah, I think I will play audio on this. Alright, I'll be right back though. I'm gonna go get some water. Is Spherecast bugging? I'm doing a sphere cast with a radius of 4, and it's just going straight through. I wonder if it's because the magnitude is small? Huh. Alright, so apparently, turns out it's just a strange quirk with Unity's sphere cast system. Method only works if the distance isn't 0. So I guess I might need to add or do maximum radius mag so that it at least gets the radius. We'll see. I think the actual solution is to add a sphere collider that becomes a trigger. Yeah, okay, so I noticed this. I was trying to increase the radius of the sphere cast to have it detect the player better. So like if we increase the radius to like 1, it should make it really easy to hit the player with the spider. But like I increased it to 0.4 and it was not working well. See, like it definitely didn't register there. It did not register there. But yeah, so it's almost like the sphere cast isn't using a sphere. Like, do you think that the Unity sphere cast doesn't actually use a sphere? I wonder if this doesn't actually use a sphere. Because, like, visualizing this... Visualizing this with a sphere cast of radius 1, this has 0.4 scale, so we have to inverse that. So this will show us that sphere traveling by the player. I don't know, maybe it is kind of small. I kind of wanted to show colliders at all times. No! I didn't want it to go back into the game when I unpaused. Alright, that's not a good way of debugging, but I'm fairly confident this method does not work now. Like, fairly confident this does not work. I mean, let's increase the sphere to 4 just to make it massive. See if it works then. Basically, I'm trying to make it so that the spider can hit the player even if the player is off a bit to the side. See, like right there. That actually kind of did work. See if it makes it harder for the player. Yeah, alright. Actually, so sphere cast is kind of working here. I guess I just needed a massive sphere. See, what is also weird though is like I walk into the spider there and it doesn't register it for a bit, which is what makes me think so maybe I should predict the player's velocity. Actually, though, that does seem, it's not bad. I kind of do feel like sphere cast is a messed up way of doing this. Yeah, like it doesn't register hitting it there. Okay, let's try it with a sphere collider. And let's see if this does it better. This way we can actually customize a little bit where the collider is relative to the body. We'll have this disabled by default. So when this hits, we'll disable the box collider and we'll enable the sphere collider. Wait, why can't I do dot enabled? Oh, it's get components. I have a feeling that this still isn't going to work. Since we're just going to be incrementing the position, I feel like it'll have issues detecting the collider. Yeah, like I'll want to do this in fixed update. Let's try it though. Alright, well, it actually does work. Let's see if it's more stable. Alright, well, it went straight through the ground because it's using trigger enter, which is... Alright, yeah. Alright, I don't think this is going to work much better than sphere cast, honestly. Looking at it now. Yeah, not going to work better than sphere cast. That's alright. I think the way is to make it jump at you faster, not try to make it easier to hit. Yeah. That might actually be impossible to dodge. Yeah. So with too high jump speed, maybe I will do raycast. I think I actually will do raycast. Just because I want the difficulty to be the speed and not necessarily your accuracy, I think that is a better way to do it. I can always increase the jump speed and make that the difficult part. So now I'm going to add an option for predict velocity. And so this is how much it predicts the velocity of the player and takes it into account when calculating the trajectory of where it should jump. So with no velocity prediction, we should just be able to basically walk through it because it'll jump behind us. Yeah. But then with velocity prediction, it should basically walk or go into us. So to the difference, we need to add the player velocity. I guess I'll make the rigid body public. So do I need to do this as velocity a second later? Oh, this is actually really difficult because I need to calculate how far this is going to go before I actually add in the velocity prediction. So I actually need to know how far it's likely going to jump. So we calculate the length the same way here. Distance length divided by jump speed. And then we can recalculate the distance length. And then everything is pretty much the same, I think. And then we'll multiply this by velocity prediction. So we can actually use this to make it jump a little bit wrong. So some of these actually will jump the wrong, like I can basically make it easier for the player by having the bugs predict velocity wrong and jump a bit the wrong way. Okay, so the velocity prediction is kind of off. That looked decent, but also I just noticed I glitched into a wall. Is it right here? Yeah. So maybe I'll fix that up. Hmm. Why does this jump too far? I guess only half of the actual velocity is applied, maybe? Let's try doing velocity prediction 0.5. That was kind of better. You know what, I should put this on some flat ground. Or somewhat flat. So I don't think I need the velocity. I think I need the player's actual movement delta. I need the actual amount that the player moves, not the velocity doesn't actually seem to be perfectly accurate. I'm thinking I'm gonna add an extra collider to the player that is only for the spiders. And that way I don't need to change anything about the raycast or sphere cast. I can just change the player collider. And we'll just do a special collider under a layer. Why is this not registering? Why is this not registering? Collision mask everything. Why is it just going through the player? Wait. Can this trigger... How do I disable this from a rigid body? How do I make a collider on the player but not have it affect the rigid body? Like, if I turn this off, does the player just fall through the ground, or... Yeah, what the hell? So this uses the rigid... Even if the capsule collider isn't supposed to collide, it collides. What? What? Wait, so this is layer transparent. Is it because this is layer water? I can't separate it? Oh my god. Add child collider, different layer. Child object collider on a different layer is interfering with parents' physics. Yeah. So would I have to set... I think the solution here is only to create a separate object that is aligned to the player. So much for this being easier than just using sphere cast. There we go. Okay, so the collision, I just didn't understand the collision matrix, I guess. I don't know. Let's see if this works. Oh my god, so it actually registered this time. Oh my god, it's working, I think. Let's see if we can make this fat to make it easy to hit the player anywhere. This is the real test if it's working. It's hard to tell, but I think it is working. Yeah, okay, it is working. Nice. So now we can change the hitbox for where they can jump at you. So let's try to make this better. Still, seems like it's going away. I guess I should raise the height a little bit. What do you think would win in a fight, a grizzly or a gorilla? That's a good question. It depends if the gorilla is a buff gorilla or it's a pussy-ass bitch that lived its whole life in a zoo. Same with the bear. I don't know why it keeps going over. Wouldn't matter anyways, because grizzly have the size advantage being twice as big. Yeah, I don't know, I've heard gorillas can just like rip flesh apart. I feel like if the gorilla could grab the grizzly bear, it could probably literally rip its jaws apart. Like, if the grizzly bear starts biting down on the gorilla, it's gonna take a little bit of time before the gorilla actually bleeds out, and during that time, the gorilla's basically gonna be right there, up against the grizzly's face, and I feel like gorillas are smart enough to, like, it'll go for the bear's eyes, it'll go for... Like, I feel like the gorilla knows where to attack better than the grizzly. Holy shit, what song just came on my playlist? That's, I didn't think that was an actual song. I think I've legitimately heard that in some memes, like the Call of Duty montage memes. I did not know that was an actual song. I did not know that was an actual song. Okay. Would be too strong. They're heavy as hell and they climb up trees if they have to. Yeah, I mean, flesh is weak though. Alright, let's just make this fat. Let's just make this like 6. This is... I feel like this still isn't working properly. Like, this is supposed to make the hitbox massive. And it kind of does. But then at other times it feels like the thing just jumps right past you. I guess maybe the farther away it is, the more jump speed I need. Like right there, I definitely thought it was going to trigger it, but it didn't. See, like it must be going so close to this hitbox. I guess I'll try and view this in Okay, so I guess the size of this makes it really disorienting. It's actually way bigger than a player, which makes it seem like... Thinking a fight Godzilla or King Kong? Definitely Godzilla. Yeah, so I think this is working. It's just really deceiving. Alright, that honestly seems like it's doing pretty good. It's going for the player, it's hitting him. What if I make it smaller? I might end up actually wanting to just keep the normal hitbox and then mess around with the speed and stuff of this. Because this might be... Yeah, so once it's small, it might actually be too hard. Having a big hitbox and having these be small. So then let's try disabling the big hitbox. See if you can actually dodge it now. Like 5 times heavier King Kong trying to beat Godzilla would be like for us trying to chop down a tree with a spoon. I mean, chopping down a tree with a spoon honestly doesn't sound that bad if you consider like cavemen chopping down trees with rocks. Like if it's chopping down a tree with a sharp rock or chopping down a tree with a spoon, I think I'd rather have a spoon because at least then you have metal. I mean, you could always sharpen the spoon, or you could use the spoon for flint and just burn down the tree. Okay, yeah, so that is really hard even with... So I'm just gonna work with the player's hitbox instead of trying to make it artificially bigger. It's just like it just makes it complicated. See, like right there though, it definitely looked like it should have hit the player and it just went through them. So you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna use this extra big hitbox. Now let's see if we can dodge it. Yeah, okay. Maybe make it a bit smaller. This is still like twice as big as the original hitbox, so... Yeah, I think that's good. It's far away, but you can like still dodge it. And then let me see how difficult that gets when I turn on velocity prediction. I could even have some kind of like follow you in the air, so that like even if you dodge, okay, yeah, that's with velocity prediction, that is difficult. That's good. I am happy with that mechanic. Now I want to see if I'm actually able to even dodge this. I was able to dodge like, oh yeah, look at that, man. You sidestep it and you can, okay. I'm really happy with that as a mechanic, because it's like, it's actually a skill-based mechanic that I also think can really give you a jump scare if I script it correctly. Now I want it to play an animation when it goes on your face. From Pacific Rim, the second movie, the super kaiju wasn't that big compared to Godzilla, about 1/10 of the size. I still haven't watched Pacific Rim, and like, I haven't watched Pacific Rim and I know I fucking love Pacific Rim. I have seen like montages from that movie. I love the theme song of Pacific Rim, man. The Pacific Rim theme song, do 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 do, do 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 do. It's like, oh, Holy shit, it is so good. Like, actually, such a good theme song. Holy shit. Like, oh my god, one of the and yeah, I need to go watch it. I'm looking at going to see Dune. It actually seems like Dune is a good movie, like all around good produced movie, so will be interesting to see. Alright, how do I want to do the animations here? So I had the spider animation here. I'm thinking I'm going to animate this in segments so that it sort of like flips the legs back and forth like that. And then I also think I want to have it like go like back and forth. I don't know how to describe it. I'll basically animate the local position and maybe the local rotation a little bit. Yeah, maybe I'll just animate the local rotation. Animate it to a random time. So this way the spider's legs will be different every single time. Let's see if this is even noticeable. Did it? What just happened? I just clicked play and then it like... Then it didn't do anything, huh? Yeah, it's kind of noticeable. It's nice. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get water. Alright, so if it's on the player's face, then we're gonna play a little animation. I'm just thinking what a decent way of doing this is. I'm thinking maybe just teleporting it. Just have this value called face delay. We add delta time to it each time, and when face delay is bigger than how fast we want it to update, then we reset it to 0. So let's just try jittering the position. Oh, thank you, Windows Defender. I totally needed to know that there weren't any security issues on my computer, and I totally trust you to find any security issues if there were any. Imagine a world where antiviruses actually worked. That would be a very different world. Alright, so just apply a little random jitter. This should work. Alright, that's not bad. Now we're going to have that play for a short period of time before the bug goes and runs away. I should actually script that in now. I think we want to disable this then, and then enable the spider object so that it just falls and runs away. Oh wait, yeah. So we'll need to disconnect it from the player. So I think I'll need to store. I don't actually need to store the original parent. Set the local rotation back to identity. And then we also want to do 1 damage to the player. Let's see how this works. So the spider should drop to the ground and then run away afterwards, a second later. No. Attack time plus equals fate. Oh my god, it's adding 0. Why is it not working when I add up 0 and it never counts up to 1? How many times can you add 0 to get to 1? Yeah, it works. Oh, that's good. That's good. So it attacks your face and then it dips. So I might have that happen for a bit shorter time. I feel like I can even animate that quicker. And probably do a little bit random rotation too while I'm at it. Or maybe I could animate the legs. That might be too much. Okay, that might be it. I still think I want it to go closer to the player. Nah, I think that's good, and I'll just add some particle effects of like blood. I think I'm gonna change the ow noise. Right now it's me going ow with then a pitch shift applied. And I definitely should try to do a better sound for that. Ah! What if that happened instead? Ah! Ah! Maybe that'll be the noise. Just ah. 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 I think I should apply some sort of change. Oh. Oh. Ah. 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 The high quality stretching actually sounds worse. No, so I feel like, I don't know how to describe it, in like a bunch of like shooter games and stuff, there's like a oof, oof, like that type of noise. Like a player's just getting like hit with something. How do I capture that noise? Oh. Huh. 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 Oh. Huh. 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 That one might be all right. I feel like it's bad because it's my voice. If only there was a way to give yourself different voice. Like, I get... Like, then you're just stealing someone else's voice, though. Like, this honestly makes me want to try to practice and learn, voice act. Would this even be considered voice acting? I guess just, like, doing voices. Can't remember. I thought there was a way to switch a mono track to stereo. I guess not. Yeah, like none of these are gonna make up for my lack of voice acting. That sounds like a burp. So this is weird. It's like applying a pitch shift, sliding it, and then applying another shift and tempo change. Kind of interesting effect. Ow. Ew. Oh. Ow. How do you even make different voices? Maybe there's a guide to this. Guide to voice acting making different voices. Hire an acting coach. Where is my free acting coach on YouTube? How to create 100 distinctly different voices.
Up. If you're not, I suggest going away and doing a warm-up first, because we're going to be using our voices today and I want to make sure that you're ready and limber to go. If you don't have any warm-ups, check this video out here, go away, do that, come back and watch this video. And of course, if you can't be asked, then fine, let's carry on. So as promised,
right.
I'm going to show you how you can make...
Well, we might as well take his advice. Let's,
And what I'm going to show you now is a great start to get yourself warmed up for the day.
Why do you have to lie on the ground? Is me sitting in a very slouched position bad for this?
To do this daily, even if you're not going to be using your voice so much. But generally, we find that in our everyday lives, we do get uncomfortable. It's probably best to take your time. The most important part of these exercises is that you adopt good breathing control. Now, I have another video on breathing control, but what I'm going to do is quickly run through some of the principles of that. I want you to take full, slow, long, full, deep breaths. And as you breathe in, I want you to try and encourage the air to find a place in the sacrum, which is the bottom of the back right here. So as you breathe in, just imagine that that space is being filled with air. And for now, that's good enough. That's all I want you to do. Because when you're in the different positions and you're breathing to that place, the rest will come. If you'd like to learn more about the breath and have different... And aim the air that you breathe down to here, to the base of your back. Right down, right
Aim the
your
air you
tailbone.
breathe.
I don't want your shoulders to be moving at all when you breathe. They should be nice and relaxed.
Does this also align my chakras in
you
the
breathe,
process?
I want you to take in as much air as you can. So for this exercise, you're going to do 10 rounds, 10 breaths in.
Alright. Well, let's see if this works.
Okay, for the next one, what we're going to do is put your left leg out straight. Just relax, nice and relaxed. And take your right foot, tuck the toes just behind the knee, and then we're going to lean over.
Did I just
the
hear
left.
toes behind the
Your
knee?
right arm out beside you to stabilise you.
Holy
And if you
shit,
find that it doesn't
dude.
come
The
very
guy's
far,
doing a
it's bit
full-on,
tight,
like,
you can take your
physical
left
stretch.
hand, put that on your right knee, just to keep you leaning over to that side. You can keep your eyes focused on
Maybe
the
I just
ceiling.
record the noises while
For a
I'm...
little extra stretch, turn your head over towards your right hand. And again, in this position,
maybe
you're
these
going
will be
to
the
breathe
noises
into
for the
your
game.
sacrum. As deep as you feel is comfortable. And after 10 breaths, we're going to switch over to the other side. So, put your right leg out.
These are legitimately
Your
difficult.
left foot behind your right knee.
Like, I feel like
Use your hand to
this
guide
guy is
the leg.
actually a yoga instructor.
In these positions, you're aiming to keep both shoulders on the ground. Now, here, for example, my left one. Breathe out.
How is this... I'm still so confused. Like, how is this
Move your
speaking
tailbone
exercises?
up first. Let the spine, vertebra by vertebra, catch up.
Like, this is actually
All the way
crazy,
into your
man.
neck and your head. So essentially now you're pushing your belly out and you've got full breath. Then starting again. Fine, let's carry on. So as promised, I'm going to show you how you can make Laban efforts. Laban comes from the name Rudolf Laban. I'm not going to go into who he was right now, but if you want to know more about him and his work, then there's a link in the description box below. But in a nutshell, he was a movement teacher who developed a system of working to be able to describe the action that was being made, which acted as a vocabulary between himself and dancers and later actors. So basically a way of communicating what you wanted them to physically do. I use his efforts as a way to change up the characteristics of the voice I'm creating. So you need to use your imagination a bit. Now, why is this useful for the voice? Well, when we start out developing a character or a bunch of characters, it can be difficult sometimes to really separate them apart from each other, and we can get lost without a checklist to kind of make sure that they are very different from each other and they stand out and it doesn't all sound like you. So this list is the first port of call I'd go to make sure that they're distinctly different. Now there's 8 of these efforts, so automatically by following each one, you've got the possibility of doing 8 different voices. So let's talk
really
about what they
loud.
are. You could think of these as physical traits, you could think of these as emotional traits. However they inspire you and however accurately you are able to make them will give you distinct differences already. So if we consider different elements of the voice to be light or strong, then this is the weight of the voice. And if we think of it as being direct or indirect, this is the spatial quality. And lastly, if we think of it as being sudden or sustained, then this is the timing. By taking the 2 different weights, the 2 different timings, and the 2 different spatial
Interesting.
qualities,
So
we have
this is
6
like-
things to think about, and
That's
combining
not
one with
really-
the other
I guess
in
that
different
is the
variation
voice.
gives us 8 different outcomes. I know it sounds a bit tricky right now, but don't worry, it's going to get easier. So the type of voices we could have is a dabbing voice, a flicking voice, a pressing voice, a thrusting voice, a ringing voice, a slashing voice, a gliding voice, and a floating voice. You can see these are sort of textures and they already have their own character to them. So dabbing is
I guess
light,
I should be
light
practicing
or strong,
these.
then this is the weight of the voice. And if we think of it as being direct or indirect, this is the spatial
Direct or indirect? Direct or indirect? I get that.
quality. And lastly, if we think of it as being sudden or
Sudden. Sustained.
sustained, the other with the other in different variation gives
The
us
other
8 different
or the
outcomes.
other.
I know it sounds a bit tricky right now, but don't worry, it's going to get easier. It's always looking forward, always going forward.
I was
but
going
it's short,
forward, but sudden,
sharp,
sudden words. Alright,
Good job.
I'm not doing words, I'm doing like actual sounds. I actually think what I'm trying to do is like harder because I'm not even doing necessarily words. Throaty voice.
Well, we've got 24 possible voices we can do now. Let's keep going. I need to find something to read for you. I was a bit unprepared. Okay, I've got something. So let's say that nasally might sound like this. These strings are known for their bold, extra bright tone. And maybe throaty. These strings are known for their bold, extra bright tone.
These
and then
strings
maybe normal.
are known
These
for...
strings are known for their...
This guy actually has a really good voice.
Nasally might sound like this. These strings are known for their bold, extra bright tone. And maybe throaty. These strings are
known for their
bold, extra bright tone.
Known for their bold, extra bright tone. Maybe normal.
And then maybe normal. These strings are known for their bold, extra bright tone. Look, 3 different voices. And if we start adding in some of the elements from before, maybe I have throaty and floaty. These strings are made for their bold, extra...
So, these strings would be known for their... These strings...
bright tone. Already we've got a very different one to nasally and dabby, for example. These strings are known for their bold and extra bright tone. See, look.
I think I'm trying to do an accent. I think part of this is I'm literally trying to do an accent along with this guy.
2 very different voices. You can put all those 8 with all those 3 and we have 24 voices. Play with it. Find out for yourself. It's going to be fun. Next, we can also now consider...
I do think this video is good. This is a really decent... I really like this technique of, he says, like, stacking the different attributes on top of each other, starting with like a quick, like starting with these and stacking up like the sudden, direct, floaty voices.
2 other elements. Are they breathy or dry? 2 other different variations.
Now we have breathy. Oh, this is like an old person. Oh, in my day, Sonny. In my day, Sonny. In my day, Sonny, we...
So if we have 24 different types of voices, we now have 2 extra options to add in, so that's 48
Male
voices.
or female
or
voice?
Male. I'm not saying that you can sound like a female or you can sound like a male. I'm saying you
like
can
a
do your
female?
version of each one, and it just gives you more characteristics. These strings are known for their bold, extra bright tone. Maybe that's my version of a woman. I know it's terrible, it doesn't sound like a woman, but different to the way I'm going to do it, because I'm going to do it like a man. These strings are known for their bold, extra bright tone. I know they're not brilliant, but at least they're clearly different from each other. With those 2 options, we now have 288 different character voices.
Yeah, this video is actually really good. I wasn't expecting this when I went into it, of him combining the different attributes. I kind of thought it would be like more unique voices. But they are distinct, so...
We can create. And it still doesn't stop there. There's more, really, yes. Let's consider this. Are they small? Are they medium? Are they large? Maybe if you were doing the voice of a mouse, it would be quite small. And if you were doing an elephant, it would be quite big. Or maybe vice versa if you wanted to play around with those roles. And maybe medium would be human or bear or shark or something in the middle. There's no strict rule for that, but there's 3 different things you can think about. Maybe if it was small, it might speak like this. And maybe, if it were a medium-sized...
That voice is good. And maybe if it were...
creature, it...
If it were a creature...
might speak like this.
It might speak like this. No, that's still, And maybe, if it were a Okay, so water really fucks with your voice.
And maybe, if it were a large creature, it'd speak like this. And maybe, if it were a medium-sized creature, it might speak like this. And maybe.
You know, that voice is actually kind of hard.
I
mean, all of this is honestly really hard.
Maybe, if it were a large creature, it might speak like this. You see what I mean? So 288 opportunities for voices times another 3, small, medium or large. That's 864 different voices. You have no excuses at this point not to do at least 5 different voices. 864 you have the possibility to do. Right, but there is more. There is absolutely more. Can you believe it? I'm getting excited now. This is crazy. Yes, there is absolutely more, because we haven't talked about tempo. Are they speaking slow? Are they speaking medium? Are they speaking
I think that's what
fast?
the sustain
Are they rattling off
was.
words as quick as can be? Or are they speaking
Yeah, that's kind of what floaty was before.
slowly? Or
I do
they
think I have an
a
issue
regular
with
pace
talking
somewhere in the middle?
fast.
See, three different ways.
I try to
So,
like.
right, we've got 864
I actually talk slow
times
more than what
three
I
new
talk
ideas.
fast, so it makes me think.
2,592 opportunities to create. Are they impartial? Are they, you know, whatever? Hi, yeah, it was nice to see you. Or
Let's see if we can use any of that to make these sound effects. I don't want, so it's got like my voice in the back of this. I almost want like a ambiguous like See, that still sounds like you like I almost want to remove the deep part of my voice from it. Ah! Ah! Or I could just do something like that when you fall off the edge. That was originally... See, right at the end, it actually comes back to my voice. See, I don't know. It almost sounds too long. I guess let's put it in the game, and then we'll see. Can I put the volume past 1? Let's see how this sounds though. I might need to increase the volume of this. See that? No, that sounds like more like a ghost. That one might be... I think Owl 1 might be... I think Owl 1 is the best so far. I still think it should, maybe happen... I should play the noise when the spider first jumps on you. Yeah, I think I still will try to record a better ow. See, and that sounds so weird inside the cave. I need to bring up the player class so that I can change. It sets the ow volume inside here. Yeah, right here. Stop the random volume and pitch so that we can just set it from in Unity. No. Man, I kind of knew that sound effects were like, this is what I feel like is one of my weakest things. So I want to work on this. I am definitely shitty at making voices, and I'm not that great at editing together audio and things. So this is definitely what I want to work on. I think I'm gonna go have lunch though. I'll be back later. Thanks for watching. I'll probably be back in like an hour or two. Maybe less. We'll see. Alright, I hope everyone has a good day, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. Thanks for watching. See you around.